Hey, welcome to the stream, Junior's account. You are in fact first. That was quick, man. You might have been up there before I was. That was really quick. Let's see. Me, bear with me while I send out all the links. Try to let people know. Sound like my wife? What is that supposed to mean? Let's see. I guess I just need to send it out on Reddit. Cool, it did work. Okay. Let's see, Reddit. But yeah, why do I sound like your wife? I'm quick. Oh no. Oh, hey. It doesn't matter if you're quick if you got the job done. You know what I mean? If you're quick but efficient, then it's okay. If you're just quick, then it can be a problem. Uh, World building stream. Twitch.tv. Hey, bro, you think I should stick with Waifu Central, or you think I should what am I doing? Forward slash. You think I should change the name? Waifu Central or Aiden's Archive? Oh, I did not realize that it wasn't gonna let me. This link has already been shared. Okay. I don't know who shared my link faster than I did, but or maybe it means that I just can't do that. There's gotta be a way to automatically send out these alerts to like other communities. There probably is. I need to look into that. Yeah, because it literally won't let me post it. Oh well. We do it raw then. Hey man, how are you doing? Long time no talk. I feel like it's been ages since I've seen you. Go ahead and add this to the list. 15 minutes tops. It's been a little bit more than 15 minutes. It's been like a solid 25 at this point. Interesting. Hey, welcome to the chat, Catboy. Good to see you. Welcome back, as always. You know what? I'm gonna grab. Where did I put that phone stand? Alright, excuse me for 1 second. I'm gonna put the be right back thing just so people don't freak out. But I'm be like 10 seconds. Of course, it's right here in front of my face. Okay, found it. All right. No, I did not dip just to show you the new waiting screen. It was actually set back last stream as well. I just didn't have a reason to use it. Thank you, Catboy. See, that's how you're supposed to welcome somebody back, you know? You don't just immediately, you know, think I was trying to throw clout. Anyone can download this. It was a free thing, all right? You know, I'm not trying to show off the free background. But if you want to see it one more time, you know, I'll throw it on there one more time for you. Yeah, there you go. And I'm back again. Once again. Yeah, it does look pretty cool. I like it. I like it. I typically don't have a lot of reason to use the waiting screen, but you know, here we are. Yeah, I was very happy that I was able to find that without having to pay for it. Because they want you to basically buy into these like memberships right off the jump. And I probably will. If this continues to take off at the rate that it is, I'll probably end up paying for one of those memberships. So that way I can get like better backgrounds for everything, you know, and make the stream look cooler. But it's a one step at a time thing. You know, we're on stream 4, which is kind of crazy. It's been a whole week. This is the 4th stream, so welcome back. Everyone in the chat so far, I think, is a returner, unless I got any lurkers. Yeah, it looks like I might have some lurkers in here, but if you're here, regardless, welcome. Catboy before D&D Junior's account. Thanks for coming back. Let's see. Let's see what this says real quick. It's supposed to take me to my dashboard. It's not wanting to work. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it's a whole process trying to make this better. I finally got the camera in, and then I was sitting here literally like 60 seconds before the stream went live, and I remembered that this lamp that I have, which is the lighting that I use, is actually a hue light, and I could change the color at any time, and it doesn't just have to be the bright white. So I just, I'm making things happen, okay? That's what I'm trying to say. I'm making things happen right now. So, let's see. But yeah, once again, for anyone who's here, welcome to the chat, welcome to the stream. Whether you just want to kick back and listen or watch as things unfold tonight, or you're going to be more active in the chat, I appreciate you being here. We are doing some more world building tonight. So, here are some of the topics that I've put out for us to discuss. Feel free to throw them out at your leisure. These are meant to be kind of basic ideas. You don't have to get too in depth with it. This Saturday, or rather last Saturday, we did an in-depth dive into some character building. It was very fun. Came up with some good ideas. Came up with some solid characters. I even had one of my players was kind of in and out watching the stream on Saturday, and some of the ideas we talked about helped him come up with his character idea. So that was pretty cool. Next Saturday we will be doing magic items, so that should be interesting. So if you have any magic item names, feel free to throw those out. Don't feel like you got to get too crazy or specific about it, because the idea is we'll take some of these good magic item names that we come up with today and Wednesday, and then we will build those together on Saturday. But here are a few of the different topics. I'll add more as we go throughout the night or as I think of them. And yeah, as always, we're still working towards March 1st, trying to get to 50 followers. I don't know why it says we're at 19. We're actually at 21 now. Oh well. I will fix that here in a moment. But yeah, we are at 21 followers, so that's good. We've only got 29 more to go, so I'd love to get to at least 25 by the end of today. And then for those who remember the stream boss bar from Saturday's stream, currently the boss, which is me, I guess I'm always the boss, but the stream boss is at 200 HP, which means any donation, even if it's $1 or any follow, will knock this down to 0 HP and make that person stream boss. So first person to follow or donate $1 today is going to be the new stream boss for however long it takes for someone else to take over. So that'll be interesting to see if we get a new stream boss tonight. Let's see. Go ahead and fix this follower bar real quick, so bear with me. How's everyone doing tonight, though? Hopefully everyone's well. No, I did not listen to the full thing. I'm pretty sure that unless some people unfollowed, I guess that's possible. Let me double check. I don't know why it's being silly. 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. Yeah, it's perfectly 21. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think it's because because they followed after the stream was over, which is dumb. I don't know why I would do that. Hmm. Okay. For now, we get rid of it. I'll fix it later. Was it that good, really? 9 out of 10? 9 out of 10? That's pretty high, bro. You sure it's a 9? That's so weird. No, let me change it. Oh. I guess I'll have to go listen to it. Yeah, I'll put it on now. While we get the initial lull. While people start to hopefully trickle in and get the convo started for tonight. Let's see. What's the song called? Oh yeah, the rumbling. No, it's on Spotify. Okay, cool. Let's see if this is any good. Before D&D said, actually that good. The Screamo literally says nobody knows what's inside of me. The Rumbling by Sim. There's a TV size, and then the new one, if you're on Spotify, it's the one with the white album cover. Yeah, I found it. I don't know if everyone in here or anyone in here also watch Attack on Titan or anime in general. I guess we've never really gotten to this topic specifically. It is a D&D related stream or a world building stream, so that's fair. A lot of good world building in Attack on Titan. Alright, now I'm at the part where it's not just the trailer or the intro. I don't know, man. If you like Screamo, this is for sure good. I'm not really into Screamo, personally. You alright, Angry Meatball? And no worries. If you never got a taste for anime, no big deal. Attack on Titan never interested me. Not the kind of tone I like. I mean, that's fair. It's 4 seasons, so it's compared to a lot of like more popular anime, pretty short in the scheme of things. It definitely depends on what you like, but what I will say is that what the first season makes you think the show is gonna be is not anywhere near where it actually ends up. There's a lot of good plot elements that they introduce in later seasons that all make sense based on the first season. And the dude who wrote this manga is nothing short of a genius because there's just no way that he did these things like without spoiling anything. There's like it's just it is completely insane the level and degree of story this man wrote. Because once you figure out what the plot twist is in the story, I guarantee there's no one in this world that ever guessed what this man was thinking, but it still makes perfect sense. Um, there's no way. There's no way. Without reading it, without seeing it, you would never guess what this man was thinking. It's so good. But anyways, as far as the song goes, the song's all right. The song's all right. It's not great. It's definitely not a 9 out of 10. It's hype. Attack on Titan's good at the hype. They're really good about whoever is in charge of picking the the songs or picking the artists to do the songs or telling them what direction to go with. They do a really good job of making the theme of the season or the theme of the arc fit the intro song. So it definitely fits the theme because it's intense. It doesn't get more intense than Screamo. But as like a whole song independently, it's not great. The one from the last part of the season was much better in my opinion. Let's see. Food poisoning. Oh, I hope you're okay. You survived worse. Yeah, I mean that's fair. It still sucks, but I hope you feel better soon. Um, it's not for everyone, but the author does a really good job of foreshadowing and paying off things. Yep, he does. He does a lot of world building. There's a lot of world building. Builds a very, very great world, kind of like we do here on this Twitch stream. You know, we do a great job of building great worlds and great characters. So I will absolutely forgive your tardiness, Angry Meatball. As I've said before, there's no such thing as late. You get here when you want. You leave when you want. Right? If you're here all 4 hours, amazing. If you're here 30 minutes, that's great too. If you're here 20 seconds, that's good enough for me as long as you say hi. So, there's no worries there. But I've got the topics for today's stream up on the Word doc. So as you guys are so inclined, feel free to throw some of that stuff out there. As always, I'll just be taking my own kind of independent notes in between chat. I'm having some technical difficulties with the Wings of Orion. That's cool. I'm having some technical difficulties with the follower bar. I don't know why, but it seems very set on us having 19 followers when we actually have 21. Um, and it doesn't want to move past 19. I could technically. I did briefly. I'll pull it up right now, and I'll add them to the list. Thank you for reminding me. Because I was basically brain dead by the time we got off stream on Saturday. Let's see. Yeah, there they are. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and put this in the doc for anyone who maybe isn't on the Discord who wants to see your handiwork. Yeah, I already put deity names. Oh, I always forget to change the formatting. There we go. Everon, air, weather. Okay, got it. All right, let me check on the chat real quick. I don't know who Orion is, but he has a constellation in space. Duly noted. You mean the Orion belt? Understandable. I don't know if any of them will be of use to you, but I tried to pick things that sounded fun or strange, but that would be phonetically easy to remember. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. And ultimately, you know, that's why I put it on here instead of just leaving it in the Discord. Discord's great for sharing it with, you know, the people who are regulars. But now that we got it on here, people who maybe aren't here as frequently or come in and out will be able to see some of these names and hopefully use them as well. And these are actually, for the most part, fairly easy to pronounce. Did I mess up somewhere? I probably did. I sure did. Fuck. I surely did. Wow. I'm off to a great start tonight. Okay. That definitely makes more sense. But there are some good names on here. While I fix my my stupidity. Arzan. was interesting. Yeah, one of the things I want to do when I once we get to affiliate, and there's at least a little bit of money coming in consistently, where then I can justify spending money on things, I am going to for sure get the upgraded version of this software I use so I can actually play different music through the stream. That's hopefully not gonna get me a copyright strike. There we go. That's the correct way of doing that. Ooh, let's not do that. Don't want any of my classified stuff showing up. Okay. See, Angry Meatball, or Catboy asked Angry Meatball how you choose the names, and Angry Meatball responded, well, some of them are taken from things I've read or seen over the years, but I don't remember which ones. That's fair. Dang, did it get deeper on the camera? I mean, just the lighting. I'm very orange. I'm hella orange. Yeah, we're going to take that off a little bit. Oof. Yeah. We'll leave it like that. See if it turns me orange again. Some of them aren't names. Some approximations are the words are jumbled sounds I can't understand, languages I don't speak. Yeah, I like to do the same thing. And once you get like a stockpile of names, it does become very difficult to keep up with where you got them from. All right, so quick pulse chat for obviously before D&D is the one who suggested it, so I know he thinks it's a good idea. But what do you, Catboy and Angry Meatball, think of the name Aiden's Archive? Once again, Aiden was one of my predominant characters, hence the name. But I like the idea personally. I don't know. I don't know. We got a lot of time to think of names before I make the transition if I end up doing it, but yeah, because then the people in the chat or like people who participate in the community could be all called archivists because it's like we have like a library of knowledge for the world building. You know, I don't know. That's what came to my mind, but Let's see. I know the setting you're writing is high magic, but how established is that magic? Is there schools established for magic that have been practiced for years, or are there bands of wizards seeking power that has yet to be found? Um, I assume you're asking me. I'm a little surprised you're asking me because you have played in my campaign before. But yes, the answer is absolutely. To both questions, there are definitely schools of magic, a few different ones. And there are definitely going to be not even necessarily bands of wizards specifically, but bands of people that are searching for um, magics or artifacts or powers that not necessarily have not been found, but have yet to be rediscovered, right? Because once again, the idea with this world is that you're a third generation, right? So, it's not as simple as calling it like the gold, silver, and bronze age, but that's um, the best comparison I can make is like a gold, silver, bronze. The first era being gold, second era being silver, and the era that will be taking place in the campaign being the bronze. So you guys know the least about the technologies that have existed well longer than your civilization has. So there are some things that you guys have figured out. There are some things that you have invented that didn't exist. And there are some things that you have access to that you have no idea about. And there are even things that you know must exist, but have no idea where they are. So yeah, there are plenty of people looking for them. I've taken to watching YouTube videos of languages I don't know if I need inspirations for things. Yeah, that's a good idea. I've actually started. I told myself that this year I was going to learn at least one, if not two, languages. So I started the process of doing that. And I mean, I don't necessarily recommend you learn a whole language. A YouTube video is a much simpler way to find different things, or a Google search. But it's interesting how similar a lot of these languages are to each other, and how the subtle differences could be used in interesting ways. Um, Angry Meatball said, "In my head, I've already taken to referring to you as Aiden. Since you've mentioned the character so often, it feels like a perfectly good idea." Sick. I like that. The question is whether you're looking to take the name for the stream or if you're looking to play the character for the stream. No, I'm going to be the DM. So Aiden does exist in the campaign, but he will be like he won't be significant to the player's story, right? It'll be more like Easter eggs and references to some of the lore that Aiden plays into. But whereas in the first campaign, he literally showed up and was a predominant side character, he will not be a significant figure. Um, but it also fits because in the first campaign, one of the things that the players specifically sought out were books that Aiden wrote, kind of chronicling his journeys, which I thought was just like a neat way to kind of bridge the gap, because there was a 25-year period between the first campaign we played and then the second one, which is the one that I actually ran. So kind of taking the prior DM story, and then I used these books to kind of bridge like what would have happened over 25 years leading to the current events of the story. So I just imagine Aiden writing away in his little archive and chronicling the histories of the world, and then everyone who helps him do it would be his archivists. There's a YouTube channel called Stray Along the Way that I like. A man named Sakil Dube will sometimes talk about how to speak Xhosa, a South African language similar to Zulu. Okay, that's good to know. It's very interesting. But yeah, the more I think about the idea, the more I like it. I may not end up waiting till March 3rd. We'll see. We'll see. Or March 1st. I don't know why I said 3rd. Because at this point, it's a great idea, and no one's thrown out even a competing one. So, and I can't think of a competing one because I'm biased. It's got Aiden in the name, you know. Literally the I wonder if the camera will get it. The jacket that I'm wearing or the hoodie that I'm wearing is a custom one. It's got the symbol of the group that Aiden was a part of and everything on it. I love that character. Yeah, because once I choose what I'm gonna do with the name, I'm gonna ultimately try to find someone to do the artwork for it and get like a more appropriate logo and banner and that sort of thing going. Yeah, that's gonna be good stuff. I'm excited. I'm gonna read over these god names. Well, it's a little quiet. Valdor, Venom, Alutu, Sukal, Rena, Tukaina, Arzon, Dolos, Sol, Corway, Nidra. Hey, okay. Dentalian, Aim, Rashad. Very cool. Thanks again, Angry Meatball. You're always providing good stuff. You as well, Catboy. So, I appreciate you guys. Let's see. Send out. Okay. No worries. I appreciate you either way. Okay. Time to take some notes. Oh, here's a good one. Here's one that I need to actively think of as unique material names. Like one that I have in mind is this material called Starstone. I won't say what it does, but it does something pretty cool. So there's things like that. If anyone can think of anything. Unique sounding materials, you know. Don't have to have like a specific use for it, but Shallonite. Okay. Dang, I cannot type tonight. This is why I'm taking a break tomorrow. I've not had a break in a week. It's important to know when to take a break, guys. You know? Where are your regular shit posters? That's a great question. I don't know where my regular shit posters are at. They're probably busy. One of the more regular shit posters. He's got a wife and kids, so he can't always be shit posting. So Semesium. Seriously? You thought I wasn't gonna catch that before I typed it in? Now you're making me question Shalinite. Semesium. You know what, man? No. What's good? Welcome back to the chat, Sundere. Fucking Semesium. Yeah, we are back once again talking about world building. So we're looking for a bunch of different things. Hey, NASA Daddy. I'm here, but I usually need someone else to shit post with me. Yeah, NASA Daddy 69, he's a little shy. You would be surprised how shy NASA Daddy is. But once he gets going, it's very hard to stop him. You could say it's a gift from the gods, and it can be their... Hi, NASA Daddy. That's what she said. Of course it is. Of course that's what she said. It's like you said it, Angry Meatball, and then all of a sudden 3 of my shit posters just start fucking... They just start going at it. So good job, you brought them to the chat. You know? Is that how demigods are made? Catboy, don't play into it. No. I'm not creating semen for my gods, okay? It's not happening. When we get big, when we got, when we got a million people watching, you guys can be the first ones to write the Aiden's Archive fanfic. I'm working out, so I'll be jumping in and out. No worries. I appreciate you tuning in while you're working out. Fucking. I can't go anywhere with you guys. Can't even go online with you guys. But yeah, if you guys have any ideas, feel free to throw them out. We are looking to get to 25 followers tonight. So if you are in the chat and you haven't already followed, go ahead and hit that follow button. So that way you can stay tuned in for every stream. We do a lot of good world building over these streams, at least we have so far, and it doesn't look like we're stopping anytime soon. The next person to follow or donate, donations obviously not obligation, will actually become the stream boss. If you see in the top left corner, I am currently the stream boss by default as the owner of the stream, but a follow or a $1 donation knocks it down by 200 HP. So the next person to donate or follow will be the next stream boss for the foreseeable future. We'll see how long it goes. So like, bro, these jokes that you're throwing out, like, you say them like I don't know you. Brutar Stone. Only the shit posters will know that Brutaris is the name of a character that before D&D has played multiple times, and he's infatuated with the character, and if he had the opportunity, he would only play Brutaris in any campaign that he, any adventure or campaign that he took part in. So of course he would say something like Brutarstone. No, bro. You can't do Brutarstone. You can't do that. It doesn't work that way. Next you're gonna say Mohime Knight. Okay. Oh, you know what though? You know what I unironically is a great material name that also happens to be a character name? Deadwood is a great material name. So I am going to use that. I'll figure out a way to make Deadwood relevant. I know you are going to. That does not surprise me in the least. Razorok. Fucking. Oh, Razorok. Stupid, bro. I'm just trying to put a little bit of yourself in there. Caledonian? Is that how you pronounce that? Caledonian or Caledonian? Hey, thank you, Catboy. I appreciate the $1 donation. And you are now the stream boss. No, like it's just dead wood, not dead woodium. Because like the wood itself could be dead. It could be like some. It doesn't have to be a metal or a traditional material, right? But yeah, Catboy Tad, you are now the stream boss until someone takes you down. Just to give a little insight to how it works. Once again, if anyone donates $1, each dollar is worth 200 HP, so it'll knock Catboy down. Each follow is worth 200 HP, so it'll knock Catboy down, respectively. But follows or donations by Catboy actually heal him. So just so you know that fun fact. Obviously, I couldn't heal myself because I can't follow or donate myself. So I wouldn't want to. It would make it kind of lame. It's really meant for you guys to add a layer of competition to you guys inside the chat. So congratulations, Catboy. And we'll see how long you hold the title of Stream Boss. Hey, there you go. Exactly. See, worth $1. That's all it is. I'll try to see if there's like a widget I can add that'll let me put a tally on the screen. There's easy ways to do it, but we'll see how many streams you go as Stream Boss, and I'll just we'll keep track of it. So obviously, right now, if you make it to the end of the stream as Stream Boss, you will be one stream in. So we'll see. I'll try to figure that out before Wednesday night. Caledonlan. Well, I mean, you put an L, so Caledonian. All right, it goes on the list. Okay, cool. Arcaneum. See, that's a fantasy material right there. Come on, Catboy. That's what I'm talking about. Spell that right? Yeah. And before D&D said, are you going to have the heart of the mountains be magical like in Tolkien with the Arkenstone, but more obtainable? No, probably not. Like, not every mountain is going to be magical, if that's what you're asking. Kaladin the Paladin makes it, but not Razorok. I'm gonna put it on the list because I said I'd put everything on the list. I'm not putting cum on my list. That's where I draw the line. That's where I break my word. Is when it's just a straight, like, not even a good sex joke or a good pun. It's just, you basically just said semen. Razorok on, brother. Did you even finish reading that book? I bet you didn't. Hey, we've got some new viewers in the chat, so welcome to the stream. Feel free to chip into this great conversation on, fantasy materials, kind of what we're talking about now, but we've got all these other topics that we are world building upon. So feel free to jump in at your leisure or just sit back and enjoy the show. Also, feel free to take any of these notes that you see and plug them into your own D&D or other role-playing games, because that is ultimately what they are here for. It's all about sharing and caring. Show the be right back screen. Toad's going to use Arcaneum in my world. It's going to be integral to the powerful magical devices. Yeah, we were kind of talking about it the other day. But there is going to be, how I put it, this really isn't a spoiler for the players, because it's just going to be a common thing. Most people will know it, but I haven't decided which magic item it's going to be. There's going to be a magical material that's better at containing magic than others. So kind of like what we were talking about with the glasses of God, I think is what someone put in the chat. It's probably before D&D. There will be items that do not hold magic very well if they don't use quality materials. The material will affect the quality of the magic being retained, or the degradation. Give me 1 second, chat, because Junior's account is asking me to put the be right back. I'm assuming he's doing it for a reason, so I'm going to just put it on. I'm right here, not actually going anywhere. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and there we go. Do you already use Orion? I think that's how you pronounce it. That material is in like all the Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts games, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's probably in other things besides those two. It's probably not originally from that, but that's where I recognize the name from. Not specifically. But there's going to be a lot of different material. Whoa. I don't need all that. I needed something else. There's going to be a lot of materials I use for different purposes. That's not like in the copy paste. Okay. Well, that's what I get for being lazy. I'll just type it out. Bro, I just put a P instead of an O. The council have come, has recruited another. Who did you recruit? Catboy? You didn't recruit Catboy. He's not on the council of come. Auric Calicum. It's from Greek myth, said to look like gold, but have the strength of bronze. They said it was magic, as supposedly what the city of Atlantis was made from. Oh, that's good to know. If my copy will let me copy that, then I will add that in. So far, it's been a little... Alright. Not really sure we go. I think I fixed it. That is interesting. Yeah, who suggests Cumster as a town name last week? That was either Moon Spiders or before D&D. I'm not sure. I want to say it was Moon Spiders. Maybe. Why? Oh, probably because of the fucking Council of Cum. Why is my light? Is it meant to phase out like that? Maybe that's one of the effects of it being a hue light. Let's see. I'm going to play around with the light color real quick. Let's see, I like blue. But blue is a little... The autofocus on this new camera is really good. I like it. Do the yellow. Nah, that's not good. That's not a good look. We're going to do this blue. I'm going to rock this blue for a little bit because blue is my favorite color. If you guys couldn't tell by now. I do really enjoy blue. You asked why? Why Fred? TJ's max. I do need. That is a good point, though. I mean, it's not a good point. You're just being silly as always. But I do need a name for a Walmart. What I mean by that is there's going to be a particular chain of shops that is all owned by the same group, and it's primarily going to be like an adventurer store, but unlike most shops within a fantasy setting, this is not like one, the guy doesn't own one shop. These stores are all over the world. So, and that'll have effects on kind of the economy of some of the towns and places that they put these stores, because it'll obviously make it difficult for local people or people with less capital to compete. Bazaar Mart. I don't know if that's a good name for a store chain, but it is a good name for a store. Well, it would be Who's TJ? To which the owner would say TJ. Do you have a desert in your world, and what's its name? Yes, I do. And conveniently, I already put the map on this doc, so that way I could reference it if people had questions. So this region right here that is named the Lands Beyond Man, not sure if I'm sticking with that or not, but that's what it is on the map as of this moment, is all desert. That's all confirmed desert. So southwest region of the world is all desert. What about rainforest? I mean, there are forests. I don't know about specifically a rainforest. I haven't picked a particular area of forest that is a rainforest. I'm sure there will be, but I have not got that particular about it. But I love this map. It's very, very pretty. Bro, why was every single suggestion gotta be a pun? No, I did not. I have the like paid Incarnate membership, which lets me use different assets. Um, so basically, with this software, I can kind of go in and take a map like this and make the adjustments I need to it. But what I need to do is I need to go back and find out who the artist is so I can maybe have them commission some other stuff for me as well, because they did a really good job. I am not very artistically creative, to be 100% honest. This is the biggest thing I struggle with when it comes to the D&D stuff. When it comes to the words and the the characters and the stories, I'm your guy. You want me to draw a map like that? I can show y'all what I drew, but I'm not going to. It's downright offensive. It'll hurt my feelings. It's pretty bad. That's not even pretty bad. It's terrible. I tried to make a map. It didn't work. It didn't work. So I immediately took out my credit card and paid for Incarnate. It's interesting how people's brains work though, because for me, like, I can't even conceptualize where to begin to do something like this person did. But then on their end, they might not be able to conceptualize how, how I create some of these characters or stories that I do. Bazaar Mart, home of all your bizarre trinkets. We've got deadwood. Lots of deadwood. And we got plenty of semonite, if you're into that sort of thing. What did you call it? Was it semonite? Oh, Semesium. Oh, before I forget, we did have someone follow the stream outside of chat, and I kind of like to give those people a shout out. I don't think they're here at the moment, but either way, I still want to put it on the record that I appreciate them specifically following. So let me find their name. Ultimanium, thank you for being the most recent follow and for following, even though we weren't live. So thanks for finding and following. We appreciate you. And then also looks like we have a few returning visitors here in the chat. I won't call you out by name because it seems like maybe you guys just kind of enjoy watching or listening in the background. So if you feel like joining the chat today, we won't bite. Proudly. I know I won't bite. I can't speak for everyone else. But thanks for being here for the second time. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, Semonite does sound better. Definitely does sound better than whatever before D&D put, but it still has the word semen in it, so I'm not using it. And then Catboy said, I made my world's map using Incarnate. Now I'm debating whether or not I want to renew my pro subscription in order to edit it. It's only like $25 a year, so if you have a use for it, like this to me, right? Like in and of itself, just strictly speaking, I would have paid a lot of money to commission this. So the fact that I paid $25 for the whole year and then I can go in and edit this as much as I want over the course of the year, that's that's worth it to me personally. But obviously, if you already have the map and you don't really have a need to change it, then save your $25. Chickenbutt431, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the chat. It's good to see you here. Did I accidentally call you out? I didn't mean to, if that's why you're saying damn it. I'm gonna be honesty. I'm sighing right now. Bro, that was a lot of typos in one sentence. You're dying? Why are you dying? Because of the chicken butt name? Oh, you thought that you heard the stream was ending. No, we still got plenty of time. I try to run these streams from 8 Central Time to 12 Central Time to give people time to kind of flex in and out and to, put their stamp on the chat. So, welcome to the stream. If you're not already, go ahead and give us a follow. We're here Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays from, like I said, 8 p.m. Central to midnight Central. And yeah. Bro, how hard did you laugh? Can I ask a question on a class I'm trying to make for a Theyre? Of course you can. Go right ahead. And thanks for the follow. Yeah, of course. That's literally what this is all about. So I put this Word doc up to kind of like just give people a direction, so to speak. Like if they're here and they want to add input, they can. But if you have specific questions or things like that, don't hesitate to throw them out. I'd love to talk about it. All right, I'm trying to make a summoner. Okay. Are you thinking like a druid or a wizard, or have you decided on what class specifically you're going to go with? And I'm assuming this is D&D 5e, I guess to make sure. Oh, you're building the class. Okay, okay. Are we talking 5e or are we talking a different RPG? Because the world building is useful throughout any RPG, but the mechanics are going to obviously be a little bit more specific depending on what game you're playing. 5e? Okay, perfect. That's all I play, so, So what question do you have about your summoner? What are you thinking? And we've got a lot of knowledgeable people in here as well that can help if they'd like to do so, obviously. Is it a math question? I don't know. Is it a math question? Before D&D, we're gonna need to make a questions thread on the Discord, so that way if people want to ask questions for the podcast, they can do that too. That would be a good idea. I'm trying to make it where you study creatures and you have to take notes on the creature to know how to properly summon it. I'm trying to come up with abilities for the class. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, how in depth are you trying to make this studying, right? Because that's going to kind of determine Pokemon. Sure. Yeah, great question, Angry Meatball. What do you have so far? What's kind of the basis that we've got? The first thing, assuming you don't have much to go on, the first thing I would say is you need to determine um, mechanically what study means, right? Because that's going to be the foundation of all of your other skills. And then you need to decide how that ability scales. So if they're just strictly a summoner, um, you know, you got to figure out, do they use other spells? Yeah, it sounds like we're building the framework from scratch, which is fine. Yeah, the only thing I would uh, the only thing I would say is just keep in mind, right? And I don't know that it matters. Maybe it does. Anything that we put in this stream is meant to be open market. So if we come up with a great idea, I'm not saying I'm going to use it personally. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. But the intention is that anyone in the stream, if they would like to use it, should be able to do so. That's the only requirement for us to spend time on this. But I like the concept. I think we can make something good out of that. Here, let me go ahead and make a page for it. All right. So this is our new mission for tonight, guys. Obviously, still feel free to throw out ideas for the general world building, but you know, fuck it. Let's switch gears and let's make a class or subclass. Is this? Whatever. I'm just gonna go bigger, and then that's a little too big. Why is it being weird today? Oh, well, that'll be good enough. So does that sound good to you, Chicken Butt? Any recommendations? Yeah, I mean, so do you want the summoner to be a spellcaster? Is my first question. Right? Because because it's gonna make a big difference in terms of what abilities you give them and how their scaling works. Because you could either, if you want to make the summoning, okay, yes, he will be a spellcaster. Okay. Half caster or full caster? Because essentially what you have to decide is if the summoning, right? Because normally what a D&D class does is several of the casting classes have a summoning element, right? You can play a you know, I want to say it's Abjuration, maybe not. But either way, you can play the right school of magic. You can play the right type of druid. You can play, you know, a specific subclass in order to get benefits to tailor towards a summoning style character. So if your goal is to make a summoning style character, it would almost make more sense to make it a subclass of something where then you already have the baseline for all of their core abilities, and then you're just changing the subclass abilities out. So it's less work on you, and then you still have that core. If you want to work it from the ground up, then in theory, the summoning needs to be more unique than what you would get in a typical subclass. This will want to be either a wisdom or intelligence based class. Animal handling, medicine, and survival are wisdom skills, and investigation and nature are intelligence skills. I'm guessing one or more of these would be involved with studying the creatures. Yeah. Yeah, so kind of what I'm thinking is it being a wisdom based. And one of the first things that I'm thinking is that the depending on how hardcore you want the summoning to be, because obviously once your player, like that's the thing, even with a druid, right? Like a druid can turn into anything that the challenge rating is appropriate that they've seen. So if you want to make it like role playable, and you also want it to make it mechanically difficult for your character to get certain summons, the first thing that comes to my mind is that they have to tame the creature. If they tame the creature, they can summon the creature up to a certain challenge rating based on their level scaling. So you make it similar to a druid in that way. I don't know if that's something that sounds good to you, but that's the first thing that comes to my mind. If they go out into the wild, they don't have to study it for a certain amount of time. They don't have to, you know, look at it for a certain amount of time. Those would, in theory, be easier to do if you want to go the easy route. But they have to roleplay taming it. That would be my thing, because then it's very high reward. It's going to feel a lot more gratifying when you tame that creature, and now you can always summon it into battle. You know, obviously mechanics allowing. What should I make it a subclass for? Yeah, a druid. A druid is going to be the easiest slot in. They're already going to have a lot of the, um, like a lot of the flavor is going to coincide with a druid. Obviously, they're nature-based class anyways, so their magic is specifically tied to their control over nature. Um, They should have an ability that makes them better able to buff their summons, similar to the Beastmaster's Ranger Share Spells ability. I agree with that. I think that's a great idea, Catboy. I'll put that. Yeah, it really just it depends on how much work you're willing to do. Honestly, chicken butt, and how deep you want to lean into the flavor of this class, because there's so much potential for a summoner in 5e. Because even though there are subclasses, there's not really like a good answer for a lot of people when they think of a summoner. Like to me, I really think what would be like a saucy subclass, or even just a saucy class in and of itself. Scrap the magic, right? Don't tie them to a druid. Don't tie them to a wizard. If you want to do it the easy way, that's the easy way to do it. But if you want to go the hardcore route and make something from scratch, make it where the um, it's a half caster in essence, right? But all the casting is summon related. And so they have to go out and tame a creature, and when they tame the creature, they can literally summon that creature at will. That would be saucy. And obviously there would be challenge rating caps that you have to put in to keep it balanced. But the trade-off is if you're not doing like the thing with summons is typically you're summoning a fey creature or you're summoning a personification of a creature outside of the ranger class, right? You summon a familiar and it looks like an animal, but it's not really the animal. Whereas if you make a rabbit friend, you can summon the rabbit to do something for you and command it at any time, and it acts like a familiar towards you because you've already befriended it, and then you can send it back to where it goes. That's kind of how I think of the magic. And yeah, it kind of sounds like a Pokemon-esque type thing where you're not necessarily capturing the creature, but you're befriending it and calling it to your aid. But the kind of hardcore trade-off is that if you do it that way, the if the creature dies in combat or dies because of whatever the circumstance is, then they lose access to that creature. And I would probably limit it to that they can only summon X number of creatures based on their level or X challenge rating based on their level, and that they can only have so many of a certain type of creature because otherwise your player is going to just steamroll you by going and collecting 1,000 birds, and then you can do a lot of crazy things with that. So sorry, that's a little bit of a rant, but that's what I'm thinking. So let me know how it sounds if that's anything that you'd like to explore further. I'm imagining different levels of difficulty in studying different creatures, beasts being easiest and increasing with plants, elementals, abominations, etc. in a determined order. Yeah. Also, are we talking multiple summons at once or at a time? Great question. Getting the spell Find Familiar seems to be an obvious choice. This kind of sounds like Pokemon. It absolutely does kind of sound like Pokemon. Have you looked at any of the summoner classes, subclasses online? The Unearthed Arcana has more than a few if you want to look. But how far could the tames go, you think? I mean, so and the more we talk about it, the more it does kind of sound like Pokemon in all honesty, right? Because that's kind of the beauty of it is if they have like so you would make it similar to a druid in terms of the health scaling, so like maybe a D8 for health um, per level, right? Um, you spec into like a decent constitution. They can wear like medium armor, all the basic stuff. But the glory of it is as the player is leveling up and is able to quote unquote capture or tame more monsters, right? Sky's the limit, right? Maybe they aren't taming a beholder, but you wouldn't want them to do that anyways because that's gonna end up breaking your game, right? I know that firsthand. I created a mechanic for a player once where they could basically make robot versions of effectively any creature, right? And it was a fairly low level thing, but it caused a lot of they did it in creative and dramatic ways. I'll just say that. But the point would be is if they tame a dire wolf and now they can summon a dire wolf to fight for them, right? Using the dire wolf can help them to capture more powerful creatures as they're growing and scaling. So just like the rest of the game, there's scalability to it. And then you just have cutoffs. If you don't want them to have higher than a challenge rating 5 creature on their team, you set that as the limit. But in theory, there's only a few types of creatures that would just be untamable. I've looked up, I found nothing. No, I haven't checked there. BBY for life. Welcome back to the chat, Men's a Monkey. We were just talking about you. You probably heard. Talking about your robots. Go unlimited. Let them tame the Tarrasque. Yeah, they can certainly try. That's, But that's just that's the way I would spin it if I was working on a summoner's class. I said to my friend, if I can base it off CR to make it easy for me, he said it's unreliable. Well, you want to limit it by CR. I don't know what he means by unreliable. Right? Like, obviously, there are certain creatures that are not necessarily balanced around CR, though, depending on the situation. Right? Like, CR isn't the end all be all, but the difference by having a CR limit is, God forbid, you put your player in a situation where they're facing a young dragon and they somehow manage to tame it at level 4, right? And a young dragon is like a CR 10 creature, let's say, right? And now they have access to a creature that is significantly more powerful than their party can be, right? Which means you've now just let your player break the game. That's what you've let them do. So you either have to say no, which cheapens the experience as a DM, and that's just a general rule with DMing or world building or writing, is say no up front. Don't wait until you fucked up to say no, right? If you've made the mistake and you got to fix it and it's the last resort, it is what it is. But if you're saying no to something that you left as a possibility and everything else makes sense and checks out, it's gonna feel very it's gonna feel like shit. Whereas if you read in the book and it says you can't do this, player isn't typically gonna get mad when they knew that the rules specifically say they can't do it. If you want to limit the creatures they have, you can always have the creature challenge them. Being serious, you want some kind of limit, and the easiest metric to use is CR. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, the two things that you would want to scale regardless of what direction you take the class is the number of summons. The number of summons should go up at certain milestone levels. And then the CR of the creatures they can capture or tame has to have caps along the way. Because it's D&D, you never know. Like, even as the god of your world, you never know what your players are going to do. And God forbid they tame a mind flayer. But I think that would be a great class idea. I think it would, it would take a little bit of work, but it's very much balanceable. You could even keep the CRs the same as the Circle of the Moon Druid, which does a good job of giving druids access into transforming into different types of creatures. So if you use the same CR limits, then you could go that route. Any ideas on abilities? I found a few summoner classes on Reddit. How many links are you okay with me putting in the chat? Angry Meatball, you're good, man. I don't particularly, it would be different if we had like 50 people talking in the chat, but we're all talking about the same topic, so feel free to post. Yeah, Chickenbutt431, what I would definitely suggest you do, and obviously this goes to anyone in the chat who's interested, but there is a panel underneath my stream that'll have a link to the Discord that we use. So that way, if we don't finish this conversation tonight, or even if you have other questions or ideas, that's the best place to have those conversations outside of the stream time, right? So you can look through these Reddits and Angry Meatball, if you wouldn't mind sharing any of these Reddits to the Discord as well, just whenever you get a chance. There's no rush. Yeah, because the Discord is both for the stream and the podcast, but that's the best way to continue the conversation outside of the stream. It's True Blue. Hello, man. How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. We are building a homebrew class right now, actually. Angry Meatball is dropping some links to help Chickenbutt431 get some reference. But Chickenbutt431 is wanting to make a summoner class, which I think you could do. You could do a lot of interesting things. So we're trying to give him some help. If you have any input, also if you have any input for any of the main topics for tonight's stream, feel free. These are them here. If you haven't already, feel free to go ahead and follow the stream so you can stay up to date on all the stuff we're getting up to. Hey, thanks for the follow. It's True Blue. Let me see. Let me see. I'll make a text channel real quick that you can put it in. Yeah, I just made a text thread, Angry Meatball, called Class and Subclass, that we can put any links or conversation around class building and subclass building in there. The tavern is memes and shit posting. Okay. Can I post my custom class in there? Yeah. Yeah, the Discord link is should be the first panel on my stream. So feel free to join the Discord, and then you can post. I'll go ahead and add in the rules sometime this week, but generically, if you don't see a topic that or a text channel that it would make sense to post your content in, just message me or put it in general, and then I'll create the text channel. So that way, we can keep it easily findable, because the last thing we want to do is have, once we add more people and add more conversations, have everything get mixed up to where it's hard to go back and reference this stuff. So if you guys have any suggestions on text channels, then feel free to let us know, and either I or Before D&D will put them on there. Also, if you are interested in listening to our podcast, the first episode should be live tomorrow. I'll go ahead and send out a link or a notification once that drops in the general thread. Maybe I should make an announcements thread. Either way, we'll see. It's all the same thing from that standpoint. But yes, it's True Blue. You can. I really like that concept, though. The summoning. Like, even though it sounds very Pokemon-esque, there's nothing wrong with that. You know? Thank you. And welcome to the community. One other note, since we are getting to that point in the stream where we get a little bit more popping in terms of the number of people in here, is I think I'm going to move it up. If I don't have any good suggestions by the end of the week, I'm going to end up changing the Twitch name from Waifu Central to Aiden's Archive. Aiden is my biggest recurring D&D character, both in my campaigns that I DM and as a player character, hence the name. And I really like the idea that, like, we're world builders, so we're kind of like writing out lore and worlds and classes, magic items. And so then all of you guys, the people in the community helping me do this, you would be archivists. You're the people archiving the knowledge that Aiden keeps in Aiden's archive. So, unless someone puts out something compelling before the end of Saturday's stream, after Saturday's stream, I will do that. Yeah, it definitely better fits the theme of the channel, for sure. That's undeniable. But Waifu Central is a name that I put on this stream 6 years ago, never thinking I was going to be a Twitch streamer, just so I could have a profile to watch, probably like League of Legends streamers and things like that. It's more than a little questionable. But I would like to be the lead waifu archivist. All right. When I'll make you a custom role in Discord, NASA Daddy 69. You can be lead waifu archivist. You can help us research the waifus, so that way Chickenbutt can summon a waifu in his next D&D campaign. My phone died. What I missed? Sorry. I'm not sure what you missed because I don't know when your phone died. But hopefully the chat should still show on your phone. We were mostly just talking about the Discord. Also, I saw the posts. I like them. Good. Good. Yeah, that's the goal with this stream is I kind of put stuff that I am thinking about or working on the Word doc, so you guys can throw out ideas while I'm writing and talking to y'all. But really, like, the goal is to help you guys build your own worlds and help you guys build your own characters as well. Yeah. And yes, I think that empowering summons is like fundamental to a certain degree. Also, I had this concept for later on. It was creating a golem, but I don't know if it's a good idea. It just depends on what you make the core mechanic. Because there's no reason you couldn't have golems as a summon. Small note, you have a typo in the class table. It says unarmed defense instead of unarmored. Hey. Good looking out, Catboy. Catboy, you already took some damage. I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect you to take damage this quickly. But I think we are officially at 23. I'm sure I could probably check here on my phone and validate. Yeah, we are officially at 23 followers, so that's awesome. We are in our first week of the Twitch stream being up and running, so that's amazing. We're looking to be we're looking to be at 25 by the end of the night. That's our little goal. We started at 21, aiming for 25, hoping to make 50 so we can hit affiliate by March 1st. That would be kind of awesome. And Catboy says, oof, I am almost bloodied. You are almost bloodied. So just for everyone who's new to the stream, or if you haven't seen it in another stream before, if you follow, like It's True Blue and Chickenbutt did, I believe they are the two most recent follows, it is going to damage our stream boss, who is currently Catboy Tad. Each follow is worth 200 HP. And then if you are, if you're feeling charitable, there's no obligation, but all tips are appreciated. Every dollar is also worth 200 HP. So if you donate $1, that deals 200 damage. If Catboy donates $1, he heals for 200 damage. That's how it's supposed to work. But yeah, so it's just kind of like a nice little mini game for for the activity in the stream. So what do you think I should do for the class? Also, you'll be able to make it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. The followers is the easy part of getting affiliate. The 3 viewers is the hardest part. Well, so far that has not been a problem. We've pretty much always maintained over 3 viewers in the stream. Not always like 3 like active people. We do get a couple lurkers, which there's no problem with lurkers. I'm happy to have you lurkers, by the way. If you're here and you're not talking, I'm still happy that you're here. Yeah, D&D is a great category to start in. I agree, and honestly, for those who are newer, where I haven't really explained how this came about, I am a DM who is working on my next campaign that I plan to launch in probably the next 5 to 6 months. And so literally last Sunday I was just driving to work, and I was thinking to myself, man, I gotta get a lot of writing done, but I'm really bad that when I like sit down here and I'm just doing it on my own, I can lose motivation pretty quickly. Like I'll have ideas all the time and then I'll come back and write them down, but it's hard for me to just sit and write out or type out notes. So, I wonder if people would actually like want to talk to me while I do this. And so far the answer has been yeah, 23 people wanted to talk to me while I do this. So that's pretty badass. That is pretty badass. Lurkers are the lifeblood of every channel. Yeah, that's true. I have no problem with it. I just, I'm very big. Like for me, this whole thing, this whole concept, like I was just talking about, is like if you're here enjoying me talking about D&D and writing content for my campaign, like I'm very grateful to you guys. So I just want to make sure that even the lurkers understand how much they're appreciated. Um, I hope to get back to writing stuff for D&D on my channel when I get my PC back up. Hey, let me know, and I will make sure to follow and hop in your stream from time to time. What about Goliath's Pocket for a Walmart type place? That's a good name. NASA Daddy 69, you're getting better with these names, man. You used to be strictly a memer with the names, but you're doing pretty good as of late. Better than before D&D, that's for sure. It's True Blue says for sure. Yeah, just let me know whenever you get your PC back up. We gotta support each other, and that's kind of the other thing that I've seen with. And I've talked about this a few times already because it's just interesting to me that the D&D community, like as a whole, is very like segmented. There's a lot of D&D streamers, but there's not a lot of activity in the sense that like there's not a lot of view count, there's not a lot of people watching or interacting with it. And I think that's just because there are like these gigantic channels, like Critical Role obviously being the biggest one, you know. Not to knock them, but uh yeah, it's they've grown so big that it makes it hard for other channels to grow, and it's also kind of limiting because there's a lot more to D&D than just playing. And I think that at least on Twitch, unless you're one of those bigger channels, it's hard to compel people to want to watch you play the game, especially if you don't have like the back catalog of podcast episodes or recordings of your previous uh, games where people can get behind the characters. And frankly, it's hard for people to roleplay as good as Critical Role does. They're professional voice actors. So I just think that this is a cool alternative. Now, that being said, if things go well, my party and I would love to put a stream out there if that's something that people would be interested in and do it kind of in combination with this. I'm making a Discord for world builders and homebrewers. Could I put a link in your server? Yeah, go for it. Let me make a I'm gonna make a text channel for it saying other servers and externals. Okay. Alright, I made a text thread that'll make sense to put that kind of stuff in. So if you guys want to link anything that isn't necessarily on a specific topic, or you want to link to another Discord server or that sort of thing, then you can you can put it in there. Let's see. Yeah, I like listening to CR recordings in the car, but when watching live streams, I far prefer to watch campaign prep and world building. Yeah, it just comes down to like the communication, man. Like it's really hard to interact. Like how am I supposed to talk to you guys while I'm DMing, you know? Like DMing is a full time thing when you're in the moment, so it's really difficult to concentrate on the chat. And when you're as big as Critical Role and you introduce other personalities who will handle that stuff in the background, it's great. But yeah, I honestly prefer putting it on kind of as background music. Like when I go run, I'll actually listen to the Critical Role stuff because I don't necessarily need to see what they're doing to enjoy the content. But yeah, I think world building from Angry Meatball, he's told me that apparently there's only one other person on the D&D threads that does this. She's a lot bigger channel than I am, but that makes total sense. She's been doing it way longer, and well, I've been doing it 3 days, so 3 streams is nothing. But regardless, the fact that there's only one other person of significance out there that he could equate to, you know. Yeah, I'm sure there's more, but he also he also looks into that stuff. So this topic really invites participation. I agree. This is good conversation, which is the main point. We want to make sure that we're talking. I've been looking around and I found a couple. Cool. That's good. Yeah, they're just hard finding. That's kind of what I'm trying to fix, right? Is like, me and my co-host for the podcast, like that's what we want to do primarily. And the first episode is really just kind of like an introduction to what we're doing. And we actually had the idea for the podcast before I even thought of the stream. But like we think there's a lot of room for not only the D&D to grow in terms of like expanding and getting more people into it because it's more approachable than ever and more flexible than ever. But to also grow closer, there are the subreddits and there are the critical roles and there are like, there's obviously stuff, but I feel like there's room to grow. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there's room to grow. They're just earlier in the day. That's fair. That's fair. My full time job is typically gonna be a 9 to 5 once I start my new gig, so that's why I figured starting the habit of doing it at night would be good. And I guess that makes sense because generally when I run my campaigns they'll be at night. But or like early evening, I should say. Any tips starting a campaign? I got lots of tips. I'll come back to that. Let me catch up with the chat and then I'll talk to you. Just do it. Jump in head first. Chaos reigns. Blood for the blood gods. For corn, excuse me. Running a module is typically the easiest. Information is presented and you just have to put it in front of the players. Yeah, so that's kind of what I was going to get to, is if you know what campaign setting you're playing in. So like if you're playing in Forgotten Realms, I cannot praise Lost Mines of Phandelver enough as a intro module for DMs. If you don't feel super comfortable, if you're not sure, if you've never run a campaign before, I would highly recommend Lost Mines because it makes it very easy to go through the concepts. But it's true Blue's point, you just gotta jump in and do it because no matter what direction you come from, practice does truly make perfect. So find a way to ease yourself into it. get as many sessions in as you can so you can learn your play style. And then the most important thing is always find players who mesh well with you. That is the number one thing. That's the number one piece of advice I could give you. I talk about it all the time, more than any other thing when it comes to running a role playing game. It's having the right group. Because, you know, you can have good games with randoms, you can have good games with um, people you don't have great chemistry with outside of the game. But if you want a great campaign, it's always going to be about the people. So, you know, I got a pretty good group. They could use some work. Nah, I'm just kidding. I love my group. That's why I'm here writing for another campaign. They get so excited when I tell them I've got stuff coming. You know, before D&D might shitpost a lot, but he loves what I write, so it encourages me to write more. Make sure you begin in a tavern. That's an easy one, yeah. Beginning in a tavern is always easy. Definitely other ways to do it, but I typically start in a tavern just because it's classic. There's nothing, like, it's a cliche, but there's nothing wrong with cliches if they work. I saw a fellow called Fumble Folks earlier today, though I don't know if that's exclusively a world building stream. And there's Voodoo called Cleric in a Box. Friday Night Dice, I found lots of people. Augustus Martis is a fun one. I'll have to check some of those out. That way I can get some insight into what other people are doing. I appreciate it. Yeah, because I'm genuinely wanting to look at some of these streams kind of in my off cam time, so that way I can what am I trying to say? So that way I can actually see what other people are doing, because I know there are people who have done this longer than me. I mean, shit, it's only my fourth stream, so if I'm the oldest one out here, then we got a big problem. We got a huge problem, actually. So, but yeah, we are. I like this. So this is a good convo. That's a good convo for sure. Thank you everyone for participating, and even for those who are enjoying the background music of my voice and the keyboards clacking away in the chat. Thanks for stopping by. If you haven't already, make sure to give us a follow so you can get the notification when we go live Wednesday and Saturday. We stream Monday, Wednesday, Saturday from 8 p.m. Central Time to 12 p.m. Central Time. Or not 12 p.m., 12 a.m. Central Time. I promise I'm not always this stupid. So, but let's see. For anyone who may have slipped in, here are our topics for tonight. And if you have any ideas for Chickenbutt's Summoner subclass, which is starting to sound a little bit like a Pokemon class, or a Pokemon trainer class specifically, which there's nothing wrong with that. I really like it. I might end up doing a little something with this and putting it in the Discord as well. Actually, let me check in on this DM Symposium fella. He's been going for 9 hours already. Yeah, let me know what he's doing for 9 hours, because my brain gets fried after 4 hours. Now, granted, I do it at the end of the day, so I've already had a full day of, doing whatever I did. But check on it and check back with me, Angry Meatball. Let me know. If you were the first to do something, that wouldn't be a problem. Be an untapped market. That's fair. I more so mean it would be a problem because D&D and Twitch have existed for so long, and it would definitely be a benefit for me, right? But I think it's like a problem for the community, is that there aren't more people doing this. you know? No, bro. Why? One of the subclasses could be the very best. You know, you could do that if you want to. I don't chicken, but I don't know how how heavily you want to lean into the Pokemon trope. There wouldn't really be anything wrong with that, but you could make all the class abilities like puns, right? Like, uh, the very best, like no one ever was. The first ability, the core function of the core ability that allows them um, to tame creatures to catch them is my test. And then you could have the next major ability, which allows the scaling to train them is my cause. Yeah, to catch them is my real test. Thank you. That could be the level 1 ability, and then your level 3 ability is to train them as my cause. I don't know. I'm just saying, that's an idea. Is it a good one? I don't know. But it sounded pretty good. Mm. Yeah, I'm excited. I think I'm make that switch to Aiden's archive. We'll see. That way, you guys can all be the archivists, and then I can find someone to do the logo. That's gonna be sick. If anyone has recommendations for someone who could do a good like D&D character art, I know there's a million you can find on Reddit and Fiverr and different applications. But if you guys have any recommendations, I'll check them out. You draw. What do you have in mind for the logo? I'm envisioning like the banner being or the logo itself being Aiden writing in a book. Something very simple. I would love to see your profile if you want to link it in the Discord in the same spot that you put your Discord link. It's True Blue. That way, not just I, but anyone else can look at it and maybe they have something that they want you to design as well. Put it in the externals Discord chat. The same one where you put your server. The hashtag other servers and externals. Oh, when I said profile, I assumed like maybe you had some like examples or something. Do you do them for commissions or do you just do them for yourself? I guess I jumped to the conclusion that people were buying your art because why wouldn't they be? I usually do them for myself, but I've been thinking about getting into commissions. Yeah, you just gotta jump into it, right? Like that's my biggest advice to anyone who's just trying to do something new or start a business or just like take your ideas and run with them when you can. If you've been drawing them for yourself, just make an Instagram or make a Fiverr page or make whatever. I can't draw worth anything, so I'm sure you could probably find a YouTube video that'll tell you the best places to start better than I can, but you just gotta give it a shot. Just put your information out there and yeah. Yeah, so in that case, if you have any examples that you want to DM me, feel free to do so through the Discord. Or you can post them in the general if you want to just post like a couple images so people can look at them, whatever you prefer. Yeah, but you just gotta get out there. That's how we started this whole thing. we said we should do a podcast where we interview people about Dungeons and Dragons. Because why not? I don't think there's another podcast out there where they actually just interview people about Dungeons and Dragons. There's obviously podcasts or TV shows or YouTube channels rather where they have those people on. But that's like the big thing we want to do. We want to answer your questions, help you build characters, help you build worlds, and just hear people's stories. This is a question I ask on every stream when we have newer people, but for all my newer folks and obviously my recurring people, if you want to chime into the conversation as well, feel free to do so. But what is your exposure to D&D? If you haven't already told me, I'm definitely interested to know. Are you a DM, a player, both? Have you never played or DM'd? If you have played or DM'd, how long? Have you done anything outside of D&D 5e, whether it's a different RPG altogether? Have you played any other editions of 5e, or not 5e, obviously, of D&D? That's all stuff I want to know. So feel free to let me know in the chat. I have very little experience with actually playing, but I have a significant amount of knowledge from reading. I DM'd a one-shot once and it was chaos. There's nothing wrong with a little chaos. It depends on how you like to run your sessions. And especially if you have like relatively little experience, reading does a lot. I should have read more before I ran my first game. That's for damn sure. Because it was bad. It was really bad. But experience is the best teacher. I would say that it wasn't until my most recent campaign that I became a good DM, and it wasn't until after that campaign finished that I became a great DM. Because I learned, it's been, I ran a one-shot maybe 3-4 weeks ago, and it's been about 6 months since I've run a game prior to that. And so there's been a lot of time for self-reflection on the things that I could have done better in my prior campaign. And I played in a game with randoms, and it sucked because they were not nice people. Hence my point of the people are the most important thing. I have played so many games with randoms, and they have all been terrible to okay experiences. I have never had a good experience playing with randoms. I'm not saying that it can't happen, but there's just like you don't know what to expect with randoms, and there's no way to know if you're gonna mesh well. If you're lucky, you do, but I haven't been lucky. He's made 23 colossal-sized creatures over 9 hours, all magic and meant to be solo boss monsters. He says that he spends this amount of time on D&D stuff all the time, even when not streaming, so he might as well point a camera at himself. Damn. That's some dedication. What did you say the guy's name was? It was like Dungeon Symposium or something? Until first party game I ran started with the cleric nearly killing half the party. As all good D&D sessions or campaigns start, as with one player fucking it all up. Until I'm ready to try running another campaign, I'm going to be playing in a group DM'd by a streamer friend of mine. Okay, that's good. And in the meantime, I do a lot of world building and writing, and I hope to publish some of it on DM's Guild. Yeah, I need to start publishing some of my stuff. I've made too much content to not. Um, he's a bit off. He growls or purrs to himself while he's not speaking, but he's young, anywhere from 19 to 22. This is Dungeon Master Symposium. He growls to himself. Okay. Yeah, in my long running I'm gonna tell him hello. My viewers. Alright. Let me go ahead and yeah. If you guys are so inclined, go give this guy a little shout and give him some love. He's been working for 9 hours. I couldn't imagine doing that. So, like I said, we gotta spread the love. I grow, we all grow. So, okay, all right, that's what I needed to do. Yeah, I mean, you know, I wasn't. It could be a lot of stuff. Okay, I feel like the chat is. Let's see, where am I? It was an accident. You got to be careful with AOE's. What level did you guys start this session at that he was throwing that strong of an AOE at you guys? Growling or making similar noises is a nervous tick. Yeah, I could tell that it was some kind of nervous tick. But no big deal. We've all got our quirks, you know? A lot of people do it to fill silence. That's why I wear my headphones. So when it's quiet or like especially towards the beginning or the ends of the stream, when the viewer count tends to die down, I will typically have music going on. So it just not only helps me think because I can put D&D music on and or not necessarily D&D or fantasy theme music. Just helps me think of ideas, helps me stay focused. His level of details on these monsters is insane. Yeah. Yeah, I only took a quick look so I could say hi and come back to focusing on you guys, but if he's been doing it for 9 hours, I'm sure they are. I just chalked it up to youth. Could be youth, bottled up energy, lots of things really. I used to do it all the time when I was by myself because I hate being alone. Streaming really helped me overcome my social anxiety and get better at streaming. Oh, speaking. Okay. Well, it's good. I'm glad that you were able to do that through streaming. First, Thunder Wave can easily KO level 1 PCs. Fair enough. Fair enough. A, a Thunder Wave at level 1 could do that. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. Hmm. Level 1 Thunder Wave. Mm. Yeah, what I was saying though before I stopped in on the chat, is there? Yeah, of course, I'd be willing to check out your homebrew. That's what this is for, you know? What do you think we're doing here? This isn't a Fortnite stream. We're here for the homebrew. Okay. Here, I'll take a look at it here in a second. Um, but in my long running campaign, I think it was the third or fourth session that two of the players literally got into a fight to the death. Like 3-4 sessions in. Class of class. Okay. Let me go look at it. Move it over here so I can see the chat while I look. A gentleman's agreement. He also did a number on the attacking goblins. I mean, I hope so. I hope he didn't only hit your party. Otherwise, you know, the justification becomes significantly less. Just even taking a glance at this, True Blue, you have it laid out amazingly. I like the color scheme as well. The Disciple. Alright, let's see. Class features. 1d8 per disciple level. You know, typical stuff. Plus your constitution modifier. Simple martial weapons. Artisan tools. Charisma. Wisdom. Okay. So seeming like monk-esque. Ethereal contract. At first level, you have signed a contract with a powerful magical being, granting you the ability to channel their power in exchange for your loyalty. Your contract grants you features at first level and again at 5th, 9th, 13th, and 17th level. That's flavor. That's the chef's kiss right there. That's a little different, okay? Beginning at first level, while you are wearing no armor, not wearing a shield, AC equals 10 plus your dexterity plus your wisdom modifier, okay? Starting at second level, you may take a short rest to attune to a weapon which you are proficient. The weapon gets a +1 to attack and damage rolls and is considered magical for the purpose of overcoming resistance and immunity to non-magical attacks and damage for as long as you are attuned to it. Signature weapons take up an attunement slot just like other items. Okay. That is that's very strong. I'm gonna be honest, that's very strong. It's good, and it's very well written, and it is balanced at higher levels. At level 2, that's going to be very strong. And unless you just don't throw creatures that have those resistances, then it's irrelevant in terms of like the non-magical resistance. If you're not going to use those until higher levels, it won't matter. But if you like to use those resistant type creatures, that's, you know, it's going to make your disciple stand out from the rest of the party. Check on the chat real quick. A gentleman's agreement. I wouldn't have called either of my players gentlemen in that agreement. I still have to draw some stuff and add pictures. What's the elevator pitch for the class? Just reading the little bit I've read, that ethereal contract is sounds like it is your elevator pitch. Because that's a lot of flavor. Power for loyalty. Obviously, you could go a lot of directions. It's similar in concept to a devil's agreement, but you could obviously then bring in Fae, Fiend. Like, you can use anything for that ethereal contract. Ooh, fight to the death. I once had a bard character who went into one of those against the party fighter. I almost won. Warlock, but you hit things a lot. Full body attunement will likely be removed. Might make them become magical at a higher level. Fair enough. Yeah, and once again, right, because it's ultimately homebrew, so this is this something that you want to run in your own campaign? Because the biggest thing that I would tell you is just the balancing isn't an issue if you're not throwing those type of challenges at your party early on, right? If you know that you're not going to use creatures that have non-magical resistance um, in early levels of the campaign, where the rest of the party typically wouldn't have access to magical weapons, then it's not gonna matter. Um, but it has that warlock pact of the blade flavor of they don't necessarily have to compromise on their favorite weapon in those earlier levels, um, because they can add those bonuses. So full body attunement. Alternatively, you may choose to attune to your body instead of a weapon. I like that. Unarmed attacks can use either your strength or dexterity modifier and are considered magical. In addition, you may roll a d4 in place of the normal damage of your unarmed attack. Attuning to your body takes up an attunement slot, just like attuning to your signature weapon would. While you are attuned to your body, you cannot attune to a signature weapon. Um, Obviously, there's a lot more to read. The first thing, if you want, the first thing I would change to that, I wouldn't get rid of it. There's nothing wrong with full body attunement. If you were going to, uh, if you were going to keep that feature, I would scale it. Like I would literally take the monk unarmed strike scaling and use it here because it's gonna or take it out because the issue is the opposite of the other problem is that's why it doesn't feel as good as the weapons do because a D4 is useless you know once unless you have multi attack here. Yeah, if the class doesn't have multi attack, yeah, there it goes, extra attack at 5th level. So that's good. It just needs to scale in damage. If it's a flat D4, if you're level 20 and your punches do a D4, and that's your primary fighting ability, then you're fucked. All might make them magical at a higher level. Keep in mind that +1 is equivalent to 2 additional points in relevant combat ability score, which PHB usually locks behind level 4 at the lowest. It doesn't feel as good as the other weapons do. Yeah, and I don't want to take something so iconic from them. It's up to you, right? Like, ultimately, I feel like obviously it is iconic, but the way that you're using it is very clever. So it's not it is you're copy pasting the mechanic because the mechanic works, right? That's just the reality of it. Is that core monk ability is balanced in terms of the scaling. So if you want it to be balanced, there's nothing wrong with that. If you'd rather get rid of it, there's nothing wrong with that either. But I really like the dynamic of trading off because the difference with the monk is a monk always is guaranteed their D6 or their D8 or their D10 when they hit those strides versus a disciple, at least reading this far into it, is going to have to decide what they want. So that adds, a little dynamic. That's just my thought, though. Rune magic. Your contractor has shown you how to focus your energy and cast spells through your weapon of choice. Beginning at 3rd level, you gain the ability to channel your contracted power through your signature weapon by emblazoning it with runes which allow you to cast spells using your weapon and focus. This is called rune casting. To rune cast, you must emblazon your weapon with a number of runes equal to the level of the spell. See page for a list of spells every disciple knows the runes for. Rune capacity. Signature weapons have a limited capacity when it comes to how many runes can be emblazoned on them. The amount of runes you can blazon on your signature weapon increases at certain disciple levels, as seen on the table below. In order to use a rune cast to cast a spell, you must expend a rune casting slot. You regain all expended rune casting slots when you finish a short or long rest. Okay. So I feel like, if I'm being honest, this adds a lot of complexity that could probably be filtered down in a simpler way. I like what you're doing with it, right? So I don't want that to be lost in what I'm saying. But the amount of information to understand for this rune casting, in my opinion, could be a lot simpler. Let me catch up in the chat and I'll tell you what I mean. Because I was struggling with the format, I figured out how to write the code by now. Fix it in point 2. Are you hand cranking this? What does that mean? How are you producing the PDF? Are you using a website that generates a layout? Yeah, the home brewery. Okay. So kind of what I mean, and obviously there's more to read, but just thinking through this, the ruins, if I were doing it, and obviously I want you to do, what's going to make you happy and what you think is best, right? So just take this as my opinion. Instead of having them have to emblazon them in theory each time, right? Because unless they're not switching the weapon very often, the runes should just switch over with the attunement, and then the player would swap out their runes like they're swapping out like a wizard's, or no, like a cleric's, what am I trying to say, like prepped spells for a druid is the example I'm trying to use. That's fair. That's fair. I don't think it's so complex that most people couldn't figure it out. But what I'm saying is the need for, I guess that there, in my mind, there doesn't need to be a need for rune casting slots and rune casting, or rune casting capacity and rune casting slots. I think you can combine them into the same thing, because this should be a half caster class, and it technically is. But that's kind of like a lot of casting if they're going to get a lot of these other features. But I don't know. I guess it is similar to a warlock and a paladin that way. So you're probably right. Because this is like, I don't know, just in my mind, this is like level 3. There's a lot more to go. But maybe you're right. Because the more I'm reading this, the more this seems like a paladin more than a warlock. Like obviously the flavor is more warlock-esque, but that combination. Yeah, I get what you're saying now. That's fair. And that does make it simpler. I retract my statement. Yeah, I was misunderstanding the rune capacity on the initial read. I love Home Brewery. It's such a great resource. I've never used Home Brewery. Is it like just a collection of homebrew stuff, or a tool that lets you create your own homebrew, or Yes, that's the idea. You put the runes on your weapon and they stay on the weapon so you can switch between weapons to essentially change a spell loadout. Rune capacity is essentially your prepared spells. Rune casting slots are basically your spell slots. Okay. It's basically saying that you have a limited number of spells that you can cast at one time, spell per day limit, and tells you what level of spells you're capable of casting. But that's the information doesn't come across very clearly in this format. The presentation is a problem. That's fair. And I don't blame you for that either. It's true blue because once again, the actual layout is very clean. It looks very nice, but this specific read threw me off a little bit, which is where the confusion of the resources kind of came in. But it's a good class. It's a good class. Taking like the warlock monk approach, I like it. And then you could do a lot of things with the contractors. You even already got it here. And I like the higher attunement being an 11th level ability because while like obviously getting an attunement slot is a big deal, it's earned and it plays very much into the flavor of the class. Okay, cool. Because I've always wondered, I've never actually looked into it, but it's something that I've been, like I was talking about earlier, thinking about posting some of my own stuff at some point. Um, but I always wondered how people made their shit look so official, like how people do this. But that makes sense. Yeah, I can tell because the color scheme is obviously different from what you would typically get in. Let me look. Let me look this up real quick. Maybe I'll play around with it on Wednesday. Do you have to pay for it or? Oh God. Okay, yeah, I can tell there's going to be a learning curve with this. That's fine. I'm going to need to learn how to do it eventually. But if you use the default Wizard of the Coast style, you can't sell or make money off of it. So if you change the color scheme, can you? Or no? If it's even like remotely similar. Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience with coding, unfortunately. I need to, because I'm going to need it for some of these other things. Yeah, same. But it's just good to know because, like in all honesty, I'm thinking about taking the content from the next campaign and making a book out of it. So I just wouldn't want to not be able to publish any of my content as my content just because of the formatting I did on a homebrew thing for D&D, if that makes sense. I also use V3 instead of legacy version. V3 is more intuitive and CSS markdown based. Okay, good to know. Basically, if you use Wizards of the Coast style, you can only sell it on DM's Guild, and anything published on DM's Guild is not your property and can be stolen by Wizards of the Coast at any time without credit. So I will not be posting on DM's Guild because that's the exact problem I was talking about. Is I cannot. The money isn't a concern, but I can't afford to have my ideas not my copyright. Yeah, I mean it's fine if you're, if I wasn't planning on taking it and expanding on it, because that's the like 10 years from now when I'm fucking old. I'm already old, but not that old, thankfully. But when I'm older, I would love to publish a fantasy series about it. That's the dream. I wouldn't mind the 50% profit part if I wasn't literally broke. I feel you there. I feel you there. Yeah, so I guess I won't end up publishing on DM's Guild then. That's fine. No big deal. Thank you guys for letting me know that, because I did not know that and I was considering doing it. So it's part of the reason why the campaign setting that we're working on is not in Forgotten Realms this time, unlike my last campaign, is because I'm trying to make sure that even though it's a D&D campaign, that it's not inherently tied to anything that's copyright by Wizards of the Coast. Benefit Deems Guild is a great place to start and build a reputation because of how much it advertises in the content. That's fair. But my aspiration is not to be like specifically a D&D content creator, if that makes any sense. I love making content for my D&D games, and I love helping other people make content. But there's got to be... Right, and I think that's probably part of what we were talking about earlier, is kind of this disconnect of the D&D community, right? Because, like, at the end of the day, I mean, Wizards of the Coast shouldn't have 50% of your cut for your content. That's just not okay, in my opinion. Like, they're a business and they can do it however they want. I get it. If they're putting the advertisement resources and things like that, it's a business deal from their perspective. But owning the copyright and 50% of the profit, that's a steep cut. It's different for every person and how much they want to do with that. But it also keeps those tools out of other RPG systems, which is great for D&D. It's not great for all the world builders out there who maybe don't play D&D. The benefit is gonna play. I hope to start on Dam's Guild and maybe move to Patreon or something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Patreon's a good idea. Talk to me about Healing Touch. It starts off strong but falls off pretty drastically once you hit 7th level. Huh. I can tell you put a lot of time into this, so good job. I think it's just due to me not really being super familiar with the average stats of the different levels. Yeah, that's fair. That's typically a large portion of where balancing issues or mistakes come in for newer DMs, right? I'm super guilty of it. A week? Well, is very good. A week could mean a lot of things. You've been working, have you put an hour into it all week? Because if you did it in an hour, that's almost even more impressive. But if you've been putting a lot of time into it, it looks good. I like it. Can't wait to see what you come up with for the finished product. Oh, man. It's crazy how quick the time goes. I said this on Saturday too, but like it blows my mind that like it was 8 o'clock like 5 minutes ago, but apparently it's 10:41. So it's been a little bit more than 5 minutes. When do you want to have it ready by? That's True Blue. Or rather, when do you want to have version 1.0 ready? Because you can always 2.0 or 1.1 it or whatever later on. About 2 weeks is the estimate of when the campaign starts. Oh, okay. That's exciting. That is very exciting. I can't wait to show you guys the studio that I'm working on. It is going to be sick. Basically, let's see. I'm guessing you looked at Balm of the Summer Court when looking at this ability. But yeah, we are tomorrow and Wednesday. Me and my co-host for the podcast will be putting the majority of the finishing touches on the podcast set, which will eventually turn into my streaming set as well. The biggest difference with the streaming set is I don't have a computer to put in on the set yet, which will make it a little difficult to stream from. But once I get that laptop, then I'll be able to stream from there, and that set is going to look much nicer than my bedroom. Balm of the Summer Court is an ability from Xanathar's Guide to Everything, the Circle of Dreams Druid. Let me see. Yeah, I'm very excited about it. Let's see. Okay. How about me posting a link to something less than okayed by Wizards of the Coast? I mean, this is a world building stream, so it's not officially sponsored by Wizards of the Coast. I don't think they can working around to buying the literature, as it were. Don't put it in the stream, then. Put it in the Discord. That would be the only thing I would say. I don't know if I can get a copyright strike for you posting a link, but we have a Discord, so there's no point of you even chancing it. So just put it in the other servers and externals. So that way if people, wanna access it, it's right there. So question for all, what considerations should be kept in mind if all weapons in a setting are magical? The first one would be that the lowest level magic is effectively the non-magic. But yeah, go for it, Angry Meatball. I got no problem with you posting that. Power creep. It depends what you mean, right? Like if everything in the world is a magical weapon, or every weapon is a magical weapon, meaning that they start at a +1 minimum, then your +1 is now effectively a +0, and you need to make sure the biggest thing from a power balancing standpoint is that every class that does not use a weapon at lower levels is effectively at a -1 disadvantage. Like an unarmed monk not using a weapon is going to be at a -1 disadvantage because a fighter with a sword is automatically going to have a +1 weapon no matter what. Um, a mage, while mages have spells and can kind of go outside the realm of weapons, the weapons that they're fighting against are at a +1 advantage compared to what the game's stats typically create. So you kind of have to bring everything else up for it to be balanced. You kind of have to bring everything else up to that +1 equity. Otherwise, you know, early levels it'll be a big problem. Later levels it won't matter as much if that's the only change is that everything is at least base magical. Yep, and that's it right there. If everything is special, then nothing is special. So if the issue is that effectively by balancing it, you just didn't do anything in the first place, and you're better off leaving it alone. Keep in mind that magical weapons can have +0 bonuses. Of course, that's why I say it depends what you mean by magical, right? Because you could have a +0 weapon with a magical effect, or a curse, or all of these other things, which is then very different. Hey, BRB, take your time. We will be here when you get back. Let's see. Anyone got any good recommendations for like a high quality DM screen? I want to buy a new one before I start the next campaign. But there are monsters that stipulate that can only be harmed by magical weapons or are resistant to non-magical weapons. You're guaranteeing at low levels to cut their HP in half. I made my own DM screen. I never used one. Yeah, it kind of comes back to the same thing that we were talking about with It's True Blue's subclass ability, giving the magical property at low levels. It will not matter in the slightest if you don't use creatures that have that resistance in the first place, because then um, it just doesn't change anything. But if you do typically use those, then to Angry Meatball's point, you take away their resistance, which effectively means their HP is halved. Sounds like you never used one. I assume that's what you're talking about. Or you might have been talking about a DM screen. You made your own DM screen? That's cool. Sorry for my absence. I failed a Constitution saving throw. Well, you should have had inspiration. Sheet metal, tape something, a reference regularly to the side, and can stick off things with magnets. That's cool. That is very cool. The thing that I really need is a new table. I'm going to start the next campaign. I want to have like one of those very nice wood tables. But very expensive. You can make them yourself, but as I mentioned before, I'm not that. That's not me. I think that's the biggest thing and something I'll definitely be keeping in mind. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having magic being very pervasive in your world from an early point. You just have to know that the things that cannot be affected by that magic or that have supreme disadvantages to that magic, they will suffer heavily if there's not something to counterbalance that. Are y'all able to see me pretty easily? It looks pretty clear in the cam, but with this blue light, I'm not sure. I like this camera. I need to get a tripod for it, though. Because right now it's just kind of sitting on my monitor leg. It looks fine. Hey. Thank you. Let's see. Got about an hour left, a little bit over an hour. We got some good time. We were having such good conversation that I honestly think we lost our boy Chickenbutt. Hope he'll come back. I wanna see what happens with his homebrew. Maybe he'll be back in future streams. The Wings of Orion. So since we're heading into our last hour, kind of switch gears back. Let's think about what we want to do for magic item names or unique material names. And this can be any kind of material. Magic items will be our deep dive topic on Saturday. For those who are not familiar, the format for now will be 2 more general streams on Mondays and Wednesdays. Give us time to build up ideas, and then on Saturdays we will do a deep dive where we take some of the things that we came up with and we kind of flesh them out. So far we have the Wings of Orion as a magic item name, so we will actually build out this magic item on Saturday. So if you have any ideas, feel free to drop them in the chat. You can of course drop any ideas you have about any topic, but that's kind of the focus. Substitute. Like the Pokemon item? Is that an item or a move in Pokemon? I think it's a move, technically. It's been a while since I played Pokemon. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because it like swaps you out for the dummy, and then when they hit it, it doesn't damage you. Yeah, that's what it is. Friday, February 11th. Okay, cool. The Lorg on Fade. Okay. Sorry, one of my players is texting me asking about campaign details. The Lorg on fade. Oh, that's cool. Where'd you get the plush from? Man, I used to love Pokemon. Anyone who played Pokemon, hey, welcome back. Now what are we working on? We're working on magic items and unique material names. I don't know if I explained this while you were in the chat before It's True Blue. I try to repeat it a few times throughout each stream so people get an idea of what the themes are. But Mondays and Wednesdays are general streams where I put up generic topics. People throw in simple ideas. I put them on the list. We talk, converse, do all that good stuff. On Saturdays, we do deep dives. So last Saturday was a character deep dive where we took some of the character names that we came up with on last Monday and Wednesday. And then we actually made characters out of them on Saturday. So this Saturday, we're doing magic items. So any magic items that we come up with today and then on Wednesday, we'll take a handful of those at the start of Saturday and we will actually make them into full-blown usable magic items. That's the goal. So that's what we're working on. And then I was also going to do a quick tangent about Pokemon. So I'm going to catch up on the chat and then I'm going to make that quick tangent. Amazon, probably that, or eBay, I can't remember. No big deal. I just, it'd be interesting to look up and take a look at it, see how it looks. I have a couple of notes on your homebrew I'm still going through. Sure, DM them through me on Discord whenever you're done going through it. Cool. So for anyone who played Pokemon, which I'm sure, obviously Catboy played Pokemon. Which was your favorite game? Mine was Gold. And it still is. I think Pokemon Gold is the best Pokemon game. I think they've yet to beat it. Emerald was also very good. I put a lot of time into the Battle Tower on Platinum. Back in the day, I got like 300 something floors up at one point, and actually, I remember I was in high school playing it, and I'd play it every night when I got home. And one night I fell asleep in the middle of playing, and my Nintendo DS died while I was sleeping. So I woke up, plugged it back in, turned it on, and I auto lost, and my streak was done. Yep. So I never tried again. But I thought it was a good record. A few hundred floors. I would say Omega Ruby Hoenn is my favorite region. And Omega Ruby Sapphire is a great remake. I never actually tried Omega Ruby. I was kind of disappointed with Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Like, they were fine. They just didn't... I don't know. Maybe I had just kind of grown out of Pokemon by the time they came out. But it just didn't capture the same energy that I got from Gold. But, I never really got into Pokemon. I have Shining Pearl, but haven't played it much. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those things, like, the cool thing about Pokemon as a game is that there's, like, two core layers to it. It's, like, the super casual, simple capture, trade, battle game. But then, like, when you get into the stats, like, there's so many details in terms of stat building and really, like, tailoring the Pokemon to be special in different ways, whether it's like a specific stat or an attribute or whatever it is. But yeah, honestly, Shining Pearl is a little disappointing. How old is everyone here? Because this conversation makes me feel like an old man. 20, 32. Well, since I'm the only one people can see, why don't you guys guess how old you think I am? I don't mind telling you, but I'd rather y'all take a guess first. I think I may have already said my age at one point in the chat on Saturday, so maybe some of you have an advantage. 25, good guess. 47. Oh, never mind. It's before D&D. The one person who actually knows my actual age. Kiss my ass before D&D. Okay. I'm closer to 40 than I am to 30. There's nothing wrong with that. You know? If you're less than 40, you're not that old. And age is just a number anyways. Alright, Catboy, what's your guess? Angry Meatball, what's your guess? Fucking before D&D said 47. God damn it, man. Everyone thinks I'm older than I am. Well, I guess besides it's True Blue. I am 27. I'll be 28 in April. April is my birthday month. I am 27. But I get that. Thank you. Thank you. I get that a lot. That ever since I grew out my beard a few years ago, yeah, before the beard, it probably wasn't as bad. But once I grew out the beard, even at like when I was 24, 25, I would get the 30 sometimes. So I kind of expected 30 to 33 as the guesses, but I am in fact 27. Oh yeah? Did you have it grown out pretty long? Yeah. I mean, it just reveals whatever amount of baby face you got left, you know? The beard covers it up. It was long before and I looked the same as I did in high school. Yeah, sometimes it's nice to switch it up. I will never shave this beard though. It's not going anywhere. I look much better with the beard than I do without it. Old enough to be my father, Waifu Central. And then you're too young to be in this chat. It's time for you to go to bed. If you're my kid. It is way past your bedtime before D&D. There you go. Bedtime. You heard us, True Blue. Get your ass to bed. 7. Makes sense. You shitpost like you're 7. I don't doubt that. I'll buy that. Dang. Your mom, laugh out loud. No, you. What is this chat turned to? Hell bozo plus ratioed. I do feel pretty old sometimes when I talk to, you know, not to call you out as True Blue. People in their like 20s or younger, or like early 20s. I'm obviously still in my 20s. Like 20 or younger. Because I just don't know all the slang anymore, you know? I'm not as cool as I used to be. I don't know, am I kidding? I'm still pretty cool. The thing that makes me feel super old is when kids don't know who Michael Jackson is. Damn, that hurt my heart a little bit to read. Let's see, I'm gonna change up my music real quick. Let's see, what do I want to put on? Oh, also, I do always take music recommendations if you got any, both D&D related and non-D&D related. There we go. Oh wow. Oh wow. That got intense. Some 7-year-olds needed to stay far away from. Oh no. No, Catboy, no. Yeah, fuck that guy. Certified wetback. Shut up, man. That was a good one, though. The setup was perfect. You had everything you needed to execute on that one, so good job. This is why you're the stream boss, Catboy. Because you know how to slide the knife right in there. I could not resist. I don't blame you. It was a good one. So when we get to affiliate, apparently I'm gonna be able to have a custom emote. What should the custom emote be? I know we're only at 23, but it's only stream 4, so Gangsta Grass. What the fuck is this? Wow. Wow. It's like a rap country mix. Gangsta Grass is a dirty fighting, gator wrestling, foot stomping, genre busting, Billboard charting, Emmy nominated team of bluegrass hip hop pioneers, known for the theme song to the TV series Justified and for giving you hope about ... Yeah, I'm not a big country guy personally, but I'm glad that people are at least. It's not for me, but I'm glad anytime someone tries something different. That's definitely different. Yeah, bluegrass and hip hop. You can never go home again. Ew, country. It's bluegrass. Oh, this actually kind of bops. Just give that one song a shot. Okay, let me put that one on then. Because I don't know, that's the one that came up as the default. You can never go home again. I'm playing this shit at my funeral. Hey, buddy, you're 7. You got a long way to go. Anything country that has lyrics about trucks, girls, or beer is automatic no. What about cooking? Okay, this one's not bad. It's not my type of music, but it's pretty good. It's also nice, like I was saying earlier. It's nice seeing people do things different, and this is so different that you can tell like that for them this is what they want to do, and everything else is secondary, which I always appreciate. The song has no right to be as good as it is. Yeah, you're pretty right, especially considering the first song on their Spotify list was very abrasive. But there are no other topics allowed in country music. That's fair. Yeah, makes sense to me too. Yeah, it's pretty solid. I'm more of a. I listen to a lot of genres, but most of it usually ends up being either alternative rock, uh, like jazz, R&B, a little bit of rap, but not much. A lot of pop. Even some J-pop sometimes, because I'm waifu central. Poor in wealth but rich in culture. Some of my favorite songs are Lone Digger by Caravan Palace, Good Times Roll by Grizz, and Too Young by Stoplight Observations. There. See? This is what when we came up with the original premise of doing a D&D podcast, the main thing that drove us to do it is we know that there's so much to people beyond the game. Let's see. Very eclectic, but fun still. Yeah, I'm gonna check them out. I'm gonna put Lone Digger on right now. Let's see how that goes. Who is my waifu? Ooh. Well, IRL, I don't have a waifu right now. Um, yes, I know you can't hear it on stream because I don't want to get a copyright struck because I can't legally share the music unless I have permission to do so. Um, yeah, that's a very quick way to get us stopped in our tracks. Is I accidentally, if you watch, I have a YouTube channel that's just the VODs of the previous videos. If you watch the first episode, you'll get to see me in the first 20 seconds realize that I'm playing Legend of Zelda music without knowing that it's playing through the stream. And me having to fix it so I don't get fucking flagged by Nintendo, who is the company who will definitely flag me. Um, Uh, uh, yeah, as far as my waifu, if you're talking IRL, I don't have one. Contrary to what before D&D says. As far as my anime waifu, oof, that's a good question. Probably, I don't know if you guys have watched Steins Gate, but Makise Kurisu from Steins Gate is a great one. Or if I'm gonna go with like a more obvious, blatant one, is Rem from ReZero. Yeah. There's a thing you can do where you make OBS record a separate audio track for the VOD, and then you can play whatever you want without getting your VOD muted. Oh, fair enough. Good to know. Yeah, but I still don't want to get flagged on the actual Twitch stream. That's what I do. Yeah, I'm gonna look into it because I know there are different musics and things that I can play without having to worry about that. But I just want to be careful in the beginning. I need to do more research on it. Anime waifu number one, Mikasa Sukasa. Wow, what a pun! What a great pun! That might be the best pun I've ever read. It's not. Has anyone watched Attack on Titan in here? I might have asked this earlier. Like very earlier. Attack on Titan's just so hyped though. I'm so hyped for it. That's right. I remember now. Catboy says he wasn't into Attack on Titan. But this was like at the very beginning of the stream. We've come so far from the very beginning of the stream. We've done so much today, guys. We made Catboy the stream boss. We got a few new followers. We made kind of made a homebrew summoner subclass or class. Talked about it anyways. Read some homebrew from It's True Blue. You watch Attack on Titan Junior High? What? Come on now. Good Times Rollback Grizz is up next. So is the theme of Caravan Palace supposed to be like circus slash caravan music in the background? Because that's the vibe that I get from Lone Digger. Like it's very funky, but then you can tell that there are certain things that they're using. Yeah, electro swing. Yeah. But some of the tracks are like clearly from like old school like sounds similar to old school like Steamboat Willie style cartoons, which is also the same music they would have used in like traveling circuses or caravans. So it's an interesting spin on it. Good Times Roll. Who's it by? Definitely similar instruments used. Their song Wonderland slaps. Alright, I'll check it out. I'm just kind of going through the list right now, listening to this. Hey. I like Good Times Roll. The the like I guess chorus. This it's funky. It's funky. I like it. Yeah, it's a lot of soul in this song. Funky bops. Yeah, I can tell. I can tell based on these first two songs you recommended that the the funky aspect is something that you go for. Do you listen to a lot of jazz? Because obviously there's jazz elements in both of these to a certain degree, but it's different from standalone jazz. Yeah, jazz is hit or miss because jazz is difficult to perform. You don't have when you're playing just straight jazz music. You don't have any crutch. You don't have vocals to back you up. You don't have good, uh, you know, even someone with bad vocals might have good lyrics or vice versa. And the 7 year old boy really loves Whiplash. Activates you PTSD. You shouldn't even know what PTSD is at your age. Too young by stoplight observations. Let me go back to the Discord. Go to general. And give my waves. I would like to note I am in fact not 7. It's a little late for that because we've all decided that you are 7. So, I mean, how are we supposed to trust you now? Yeah, it sounds exactly like something a 7 year old would say, Catboy. I'm 7.5. That's also something that a 7 year old would say. Only children use halves. Bro, music is so crazy because there's so much music out there. Like it's beyond impossible to listen to all the music. that exists. Just the like I listen to a lot of music, and the fact that I haven't heard of any of these songs that you guys have recommended just demonstrates how wide of a pool it is. I'm gonna put you down. Starts off strong, Gangsta Grass. Okay, we're almost at that 30-minute mark. Getting to the wind down portion of the stream. We've done it once again, guys. Let me see. So, let's see what else we can get in the magic item list in the next 30 minutes. Maybe talk about if you guys have any ideas of what the logo should look like for Aiden's Archive. I'm imagining like the banner being like a giant library, which is like books upon books upon books, and then like the actual logo just being the character sitting at a desk writing into it. If I get an artist who's extra creative with the character designs, it might even be the thing of like wearing the headphones like I am. That would be cool. Send me a reference picture or description of your character and I'll make some sketches. Okay. I will do that. I'll have to get the reference picture. Let me see. Maybe I can send you an image of the 3D model. Dang, it has been a fucking long time since I got on Hero Forge. Because I have not needed to make a character in a while. Let's see if it has me still auto signed in. Do you remember me, Hero Forge? You do not remember me. I don't blame you. I don't know that I can. There we go. Give me just a second. got it. I was thinking the banner having Aiden in the library with the books on the shelves, but also stacked in multiple piles on the ground. He is in the avatar state, floating, crisscross, hands on his knees, and a book floating and open in front of him. I don't. I mean, to be honest, I want to get away from the avatar state. Because while it was obviously a predominant part in the games that you played in, the avatar state is not super significant to Aiden's actual story, especially because in this context, avatar state actually doesn't exist. Maybe a lo-fi girl kind of vibe. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. At least for the logo, is that it's like you have this like super badass looking, you know, D&D character. But you know, he's just jamming and writing while he's got the stacks of books. I do like the idea of the books being everywhere though. Before D&D, I had recommended Crimson Retribution as a magic item name earlier. Okay, I am sorry if I did not catch that. So let me put that on there now. Let me put that on there now. Okay. I will send you those here in a second, Astrubla. See if I can do it through Discord real quick. Let's see. Okay, that's fine. Lightning Talons and the Shadow Feed. Well, those are perfect because we will figure out what they could be on Saturday. So let me add those to the list. Lightning Talon. I imagine kind of like a rogue item when I think of that. Talons. That's pretty good. And then I just need to send the logo. I sent you a couple images of the of one of the actual character models that I've used, and then like the logo that we used. So if you have any questions, feel free to just DM me. Well, guys, we are in the last 20-ish minutes of the stream. So if you have made it this far, thank you as always to my recurring members of the chat. Hopefully we've made I made a new addition to the family today in the form of It's True Blue. Hopefully we'll be seeing you back. It's been fun talking with you. And if you're here and just kind of lurking, we appreciate you all the same. If you are here lurking and you like what you see, please make sure to give us a follow so that way you can know the next time we are live. I stream Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 8 p.m. Central Time to 12 a.m. or midnight Central Time. So I try to commit to doing 4 hours of streaming because I know it's going to fluctuate and people are going to come in and out. We're going to have peaks and valleys with this thing, and I want to give you guys plenty of time to come in, drop your ideas, take some ideas, interact with the chat, and just have a good time in general. So that is the plan going forward. Mondays and Wednesdays are general streams where we focus on kind of smaller level ideas. Saturdays are deep dives. Our next 2 deep dives will be magic items this upcoming Saturday, and then the following Saturday we will be doing towns and cities. Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. Yeah, no problem. And I've got it set on my Twitch schedule as well. Obviously, you're following now, so you should hopefully be getting the notifications when I go live. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're still a small-time channel, obviously, but we're going faster than I expected, for sure. So if you can think of anyone who can contribute to the conversation, definitely make sure to let them know. Can I recommend someone for a raid? Absolutely. I don't know how the raids work, to be honest. So if you want to explain to me what a raid is. I've seen the setting thing on Twitch, but I haven't really looked into it as of yet. But I will always take your recommendations. What does it do when I raid them? Do I get to steal their gold? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So that way when my stream's ready to go down, it shifts you guys all into the same place so you guys can stay together and still talk if you want. Yeah, absolutely. Recommend somebody. Sure. Try this thing out. sure why, but it's saying invalid raid target channel. Oh, do I not need to put the... Okay. Well, it's not time to raid yet, so... Yeah, no, I can't, because I thought it was going to let me choose when the timer was. I'll put it on when I get ready to end the stream out here in about 17 minutes. So... That'd be a nice way to just kick all of you guys if I was mad, you know, just send you away midstream. Reroll for new streamers. Reroll for new chat. But that's good to know. So I'll do raid curved earth when it's time to say goodbye. Yeah, banish to the shadow realm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Can't use Monster Reborn then. Oh my god. But yeah, we still got a little bit of time to suggest ideas. I try to go like right up until midnight. I'm very much the kind of person who likes to stick to my commitment, so you know. Plus I like talking to you guys, so it makes it easy. Like I said, I wouldn't have guessed that it's already been almost 4 hours. I just want to give a quick shout out to my lurkers. Lurkers get lots of love here on the stream. I won't call you out by name because you're lurking, so I kind of think the whole point is you don't want to be called out by name. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I see a few of you are regular lurkers here, so just want to say I appreciate you guys. Hey, you have a great night, Catboy. Thanks again for everything. It looks like you're gonna be the streak holder for at least one stream, maybe two. We'll see. But you have a great night. Wand of randomness. Okay. There's a lot of directions we could go with randomness. Yeah, one of the cool things that came out of the deep dive on Saturday is that we actually ended up making like variants of the characters that we were working on. It is literally just a wand that does some completely random things, maybe possibly a D100 table. Yeah, I could see that. That's the simple way, you know? You just slap a D100 chart on it, call it a day. But what about a wand that makes someone else do a random action? You know, that would be interesting. Does Aiden have a backstory? Oh, what a great question. Yes, he has a backstory. Some of which I cannot talk about because it ties into the campaign. But essentially the high level detail is Aiden is a... primarily he's a human. But he's a human man who comes originally from a world, the world being the campaign setting that we're building. And at some point through his journey, he is not Avatar the Last Airbender. That's not accurate. Essentially, the long story short is Aiden cannot be permanently killed. When he dies, he's reincarnated, and he's the only person, well, not necessarily the only person, but he's the only one who does it for the reason that Aiden does it, and he doesn't even fully understand the reason why he does it. when he's reborn, he is not reborn with his memories from the jump, though. And so part of his character journey is obviously gaining those memories, which then gives him access into not so much his past lives, but just some of his previous knowledge. He does reincarnate into a different body. That's correct. So the idea is that from a D&D mechanical standpoint, the reason why I came up with that is because I liked the idea of being able to tell the story of a character through multiple journeys in an interesting way, but also making it where he's not like the Avatar, where once the Avatar gets his memories, he's just a master of all four elements and can tap into it, right? Yes, he's reborn as a child. He starts completely from zero with nothing. So the whole idea is that in some lives he's a monk, in some lives he's a rogue, in some lives he's a fighter, and in some cases he's a multi-class. Sometimes he's a wizard, right? Sometimes he's nothing at all. Sometimes he's just a guy who writes books. Yeah, there's a lot more detail to it, and I'm trying to be careful how much detail I reveal because some of it even my players don't know because essentially the last campaign I ran was in uh, Theyre, and all most D&D campaigns take place in the Forgotten Realms. But I always knew that I wanted Aiden's story to take place in my own homebrew world. So basically, kind of the trope that I wrote in is that Aiden, um, for a couple of different reasons, left his universe, his world, to come to the Forgotten Realms. So he's lived countless lives within the Forgotten Realms after that transition. The story of this new campaign is going to take place prior to all of that. So before he left to go to the Forgotten Realms. It is very thought out. There's a lot to it. On the simple end, it's a way for me to be able to play the same core character with any class or any subclass or any modifications I want to make, but there is a pretty deep story to it. But in the Forgotten Realms campaign, Aiden was a monk of the four elements, which is why he gets called the Avatar a lot. And he is meant to look like me. That's why he has a beard. Pretty nice beard, if I do say so myself. Does anything special happen when he regains his memory, or is that classified? Depends what you mean by special. Does he gain, like, new powers? No, not specifically. But obviously, so one of the interesting things is that, and it'll be a little different, right? He's going to be a much more minor character in the new campaign, but in the campaign he was last in, he is so old that the amount of memory that his brain can handle is actually less than the quantifiable amount of data that his lives have lived, is the way that I wrote it. Because he's not only lived thousands of lives within his original world, he's lived thousands of lives in a new universe. So his brain can only handle so much, so many memories, right? So it never like fries him. It's just his brain will only accept a certain amount. So, and he doesn't, he has no way life to life of knowing which chunk he's gonna get. So that's another piece of it that makes it interesting. He always gets kind of the high level details, but specific lives to specific lives, skills that he would learn from having those memories are always variable. So there's no specific special thing beyond just the story fact that he now understands his role. And usually, what happens when he gets to that point is he tries to, at least in Faerun, the primary force, and the players know this, so it's not a spoiler. I can say this: the primary reason that Aiden left the his original world is because he knew that he was going to be chased, that someone was trying to effectively take the thing that makes him special, or take, his form, so to speak, his essence, as it were. So in order to get away from that something and stop them from obtaining it and following through with their evil plan, he just left. Didn't work in the long run, but Yeah. I love me some RP too, so it's fun to roleplay Aiden. It's very fun to roleplay Aiden. Because those memories can be kind of heavy. Aiden's gone through some shit. RP is where it's at. It's like anything else. You just got to do it. If you're trying to RP, there's no, right? Like, obviously, you could be like better at the voices or things like that, but when it comes to actual role playing, it's just a matter of, are you doing what the character would do, and are you using the information the character actually has to justify what you're saying, what you're emoting, what you're, like that's how I and whenever I DM, I always just think from the perspective of what would this character do and how would they do it, and then I just do that. I remember once my players would they went into a mist that had a random effect when they entered the mist. So like they each had to roll to see what the random effect was, and they're traveling with their favorite NPC, who is this goblin named Droop. I'll talk about him a million times on the stream, I'm sure, because he's a great character. But what he rolled is that he would randomly laugh. Who would just randomly laugh. And so, like, obviously I gotta RP that. So you got like this goblin, just randomly they run into a bunch of demons and they gotta fight with demons, and he's just laughing. That's it. It's not that my laugh is the best portrayal of a goblin, but there would be moments where they would forget because I give it a little bit of pause, and then like they'd say something that's not funny at all, and then Droop would just laugh. You just hit the laugh. So it's just practice makes perfect. When you play a character long enough, whether it's a NPC or a player character, you can really get into their mind. And that's always the funnest part of DMing, is when your players get into their characters' minds, when you force them to do it. Like, not literally force them, but the story and the gameplay and everything else that you've done as a DM helps push them into that. My favorite thing is making my players cry. Practice is the only way to get better. Practice in real life. Play a character out in the world when you have to talk to people. I mean, that's bold. That'll definitely help. I don't know about that. I mean, it's a great idea if you want to practice for sure. Crying happened at the table a lot more than I thought. Yeah, I've made grown men cry with my stories. Not to brag. Where's NASA69? I want him to admit that he cried on stream. Not me, though. What are you trying to say before D&D? That you're the perfect role player and you don't need practice? Didn't mean for that to be a reply. Okay, that's what I thought. Not me, though. Yeah, you technically didn't cry, but your jaw was dropped more than anyone else's at that table. Like, there's still a dent in the wood of my table from your jaw hitting it so many times. I didn't cry. You put shit in your eyes to stop yourself from crying. You literally made it impossible for me to make you cry. You fucking took medicine. You had Midol, that's right. You would take Midol when you knew that I was going to make you cry. So yeah, my two cheaters didn't cry. The ones who weren't in touch with their emotions. The two who probably like internally cried the hardest didn't cry externally. I work retail. When I get bored, I play characters when helping customers. It's an interesting way to do it. But yeah, I mean, practice does make perfect. When I'm thinking of a character concept and I'm trying to get into their head, sometimes I'll just try to make a conversation from their perspective and see how it would go. Shit's crazy because they will believe anything. Yeah, man, customers will believe anything for sure. All right. Well, we were down to our last 30 seconds, so I'm gonna do my shameless plug one more time, put in this raid, and wish y'all farewell. So if you are not already following and you're still here, what are you even doing? You got down to the last 20 seconds and you're not gonna drop that follow? That's a shame. But in all seriousness, I hope I get to see every single one of you here on Wednesday and Saturday for the next two streams. They'll be at 8 p.m. Central. If absolutely, you're very welcome. If you enjoyed the conversation and you don't want to wait till Wednesday, please feel free to join the Discord. I'd love to have more conversations with you guys between episodes through the Discord. Once again, if you have any interest, our podcast episode will be up. I will put an announcement out on Discord for it. Should be up pretty much first thing tomorrow. Very introductory, but kind of gets the point across. And let us know what you think. I will also have the YouTube video, if you missed any part of this stream, up first thing tomorrow. Yeah, the first podcast episode will definitely be rough, but it is really meant just to introduce us and what we are trying to do and help get feedback and direction into what you guys would like to see. Let me find Curved Earth. So yeah, once again, I appreciate all of your guys' time. Thanks for being here again with me. And I can't wait to see you guys on the next one. So, peace, guys. Y'all have a great night. Thanks again.